Hi, everyone. Good to see you all. Welcome to our April 13th meeting. Let's see, do we have all directors here? I think we're still waiting on, I don't see Marcos.
Yes, Marcos is not here yet.
Okay, I'll give it just a sec if he's going to filter in, and then we'll get started.
There he is.
All right, great. So then with that, I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the Isla Vista Community Services District. I'd like to acknowledge that this meeting is being recorded, and let's do roll call.
Director Brett?
Here.
Director Flaherty?
Here.
Director Bertrand?
Here.
Freeman?
Here.
Director Aguilar?
Here.
Director Geis?
Here.
Director Deschler?
Here.
Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Chumash people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Chumash elders, past, present, and future, who call this place, Aniscoyo, the land that Isla Vista sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Chumash community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Now to the consent agenda. Any directors have items they wish to pull?
I had one I wanted to pull. Oh, I just lost it. The door hanger one. 2.4.
Okay. If there's no other requests to pull, can I get a motion on the balance?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, made by Geis, seconded by Deschler. Is there any public comment? All right, we'll go to roll call vote.
To unmute. Director Brent?
Yes.
Director Flaherty?
Yes.
Director Deschler?
Yes.
Director Bertrand?
Yes.
Geis?
Yes.
Aguilar? Director
Yes.
Freeman?
Yes.
All right, now we'll go to 2.4. Director Deschler.
Yeah, this may have not been appropriate to pull this, but I just, I didn't know where else it would be appropriate. So I'll just say that I just wanted to express my appreciation to Jonathan and the rest of the team who all worked on the door hangers. I just think they came out, it's so good. And Jonathan, you just did an amazing job really pulling together a lot of information, a lot of people in a very short amount of time. And I just think it was really significant that IVCSD was able to do that. And so I just wanted to express my appreciation for that.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Director
Hey,
Geis.
Jonathan,
Yeah.
do we know if these would be reimbursable via the county? Since
I don't
they're
know.
responsible for COVID and they're getting a lot of federal money for their COVID response?
That's a good question. At the very least, when we do our accounting and all that, as we pay these bills, I mark them all as COVID-19 expenditures, so that if we are able to get reimbursements, these we can easily identify them. And I think I sent you all an email from CSDA, who's doing advocacy to make sure that special districts can tap into the county funds that they're getting from the federal government, from the latest stimulus bill, the rescue plan. We're still not, we're eligible to get the money, but the decision needs to be made to let us access it. So I think that the deadline was last Tuesday to send in something, but it's something that's ongoing to make special districts able to access it. So I'll forward again what you all can send to the county to advocate on this issue. You can, it's deadlines passed, but we can keep pushing.
Well, we did good work in Isla Vista and they should be, if they're getting reimbursed, we should get reimbursed.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'll also pile on my thanks to Jonathan, Deborah, and to everyone in the community that's worked really hard to make April 3rd a safe day in Isla Vista. I think that on whole, this was one of our safest that we've seen in a number of years. And I think that's a testament to just how much attention, time, and energy was spent. So a big thank you to all of our partners, associated students, the university, the community housing office, the county, and so many others who played a role in helping to make that day successful. So thank you, Director Deschler, for pulling this to highlight a success. Okay, is there a motion on this item?
I'll move this
approval.
item.
Second.
Made by Geis, seconded by Bertrand. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Thank you. Director Brent,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Deschler,
Yes.
Bertrand,
Yes.
Tice,
Yes.
Aguilar,
Yes.
Freeman.
Yes.
All right, motion passes unanimously. Now we're going to go to public comment. So this is the time when members of the public can speak on items that are not on the agenda. If you have comments for items that are on the agenda, we ask that you save those for those items. If there are any off-agenda comments, we'll take them now. Please use the raise hand button or unmute and flag us down.
Spencer, can you hear me?
Yes, I see you, Lieutenant Maxwell.
Yes, sorry. Appreciate the time. I just wanted to kind of introduce myself to the district. I'm the new lieutenant here in Isla Vista at the Foot Patrol Station, and just want to take a chance to say hello. And if I could also echo the congratulations to Jonathan for those door hangers. I think it did help to make this an extremely safe Deltopia. And we are very happy to see the success that came out of that. So I just want to take a chance to introduce myself and say hello and extend, you know, an invitation to ever reach out if you need anything, and appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, Lieutenant Maxwell. It's good to meet you, and we're glad to have you here. Thanks for being here. Any other comments, public comment on items not on our agenda? Jonathan, did we receive any written comment?
Yes, we have one written comment that I can read now. It actually came in at the last meeting, but it came in a little late, so I couldn't read it then. So I forwarded it to the board, but the member of the public, Mr. Neuschel, still wanted it read at the meeting today. So I'll read it now. My comment is directed at your website that lists non-existent services amongst other inaccuracies and omissions. There is no community center. You have no lease for the building. That building provides services for transients until at least the end of June. What appears on your website is smoke and mirrors. Your August 2020 homelessness resources are obsolete. There is no compost collective. The website said all full in the fall, and we are now in spring. Nobody can sign up for the service. It is non-existent. If you are going to provide a service, it had better be for everyone in IV. Every single house in IV is taxed to pay for your district. As it stands, a compost service that supposedly collects waste at 96 homes is discriminatory. I want a copy of any contract and or budget you have with or related to the compost collective. Consider this a PRA request. The end of the news section is from 2019. There are plenty of current news stories, including community reaction to the CSD AS proposal to have a food party in downtown IV during COVID. See this week's Nexus. The Meet the Board section is incomplete and inaccurate. In at least 2 instances, the person's employer is omitted. The transparency you profess on your website is belied by the content therein. You are spending upwards of $160,000 on salaries for a staff that cannot maintain a web page during a pandemic where web-based communication is vital. Add this comment to whatever annual staff review you undertake.
All right, thanks for that, Mr. Neuschel. All right, do we have any other comments on items not on the agenda? Okay, then we're going to move on to discussion action items. And the first is the County of Santa Barbara Homelessness Plan Phase 2 presentation. And I believe we have staff from the County Community Services Department here with us today to present. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to you. Thanks for being here this evening.
Good evening. Lucille Boss and myself, Kimberly Albers, are here from the Community Services Department. Lucille will be backing me up on the slides. So let me just get. All right. I am like I said, in the Community Services Department, I serve as the Homeless Assistance Program Manager. And so what that means is that most of the funding to address homelessness in the county, with the exception of dollars that are specific towards healthcare needs, do flow through our department. Really appreciate you allowing us to come and talk about the current state of homelessness and the Phase 2 Community Action Plan tonight. Homelessness is a national, statewide, and local issue. And in order to address homelessness on a regional and local level, we need a regional action plan and commitment. Go to the next slide. So tonight, we'll review the current state of homelessness in order to provide some context. We also have some data specifically about Isla Vista, and this includes local trends, funding, and COVID-19 impacts, and then we'll provide an overview of the newly adopted Phase 2 plan. The action tonight is just to receive the presentation, and then I think Spencer will kind of decide if there's any, with the board, any next steps. In everything we do, the plan is shaped around 9 guiding principles, including all 9 of these, but I'll just mention a couple: responding with urgency, embracing best practices, and being housing focused, maintaining transparency and accountability at all levels of decision making, and using objective data to drive decision making. So being grounded in community with regular and ongoing communication is really what we're looking for from the local jurisdictions. And so again, just really appreciate being able to present tonight. Things we're moving forward would be more community engagement, which definitely sounded like was needed based on the letter we just heard of, further engaging the public in the efforts. Planning coordination. We are still diligently looking for sites for supportive housing and shelter for our houseless neighbors, making sure policies and processes across the county not necessarily are the same, but that they don't conflict, and that anytime funding's being allocated, that we're collaborating and trying to maximize the impact. Go to the next slide. So just some highlights on the current state of homelessness. We do see that the unsheltered population is increasing. There are growing encampment impacts, and I think the Isla Vista community is definitely an example of both of those first 2 bullet points. And then we do have more resources coming in to the county to address homelessness because of COVID and some state one-time funding, but they are largely one-time, which makes it very challenging without a reliable ongoing source to plan sufficiently to effectively address homelessness locally. The point in time count is an annual look at the population experiencing homelessness on a single night of the year in late January. The Continuum of Care received a waiver this year from the Department of Housing and Urban Development because of COVID-19. And the waiver allowed us not to go out and canvass the community to conduct an unsheltered point in time count due to the potential health risks. But the continuum did facilitate a sheltered point in time count on the night of January 27th, 2021. And each number on this slide represents a unique story and unique challenges. There is a significant decrease in the number of persons occupying our normal shelter and transitional housing operations. The orange bar in each year represents the number of persons in shelter. Our shelter system staff and residents have managed COVID-19 outbreaks and capacity reductions because of the need for increased physical distancing, and they're truly some of the heroes of this pandemic. For 2021, the sheltered population is divided between those same year-round programs in orange and temporary emergency shelters that have been raised in green. So 1 year ago, there were 674 persons sleeping in our regular year-round shelter programs. This year, on that a year later, 407 persons were guests in those same year-round shelters. So a very significant decrease. And while we were able to prop up temporary emergency shelter, including the pallet shelters in Isla Vista, to close that gap with 126 beds, we still didn't get close to our 674 that were in shelter last year. So some of those temporary emergency shelters include the room key efforts, the warming centers were activated that night, and then, like I said, the pop-up shelter in Isla Vista. The blue bar is strictly a projection of the unsheltered population based on data modeling. So again, we did not go out and do a count. The number of persons unsheltered across the county is projected based on the relationship between previous point in time counts and data collected in the homeless management information system, and incorporates outreach and coordinated entry trends in the current data. The goal of the projection was really just to provide an estimate for the current population for planning purposes. This number will not be used for state or federal reporting, but we did project that the population was as high as 1,645 on the night of the count. And I think you might remember the last time, 2019 and 2020, Isla Vista did already between 2019 and 2020, before the pandemic, have one of the largest increases in the county year over year. And then we know from 2020 to 2021, just the folks that we know are currently in the pallet shelters and in People's Park, that number would be even higher now. So what is the data? We'll go ahead and advance one slide. So we conduct housing assessments when we encounter someone experiencing homelessness, outreach workers, or at the coordinated entry sites that you all have hosted. And so since January 1st, 2020, you're looking at what the data shows us, the person that underwent the assessment, what type of housing intervention they needed. So just 5%, the green pie, would just need to be linked to mainstream resources to help reconnect them to housing. 41% of the population would need what we call a rapid rehousing intervention. And when we're talking about rapid rehousing, that's short or medium term rental assistance with lighter touch case management services in order to transition them back into housing. And then 54% needed permanent supportive housing, which is a much more robust housing intervention that includes a long-term rental subsidy, as well as robust services over a longer period of time because maybe of a number of challenges or disabling conditions that they might be experiencing. And so it says here that 2 have been housed from the coordinated entry system since January 1st, 2020, but I can think of 4 that I personally was involved in housing. So we're definitely going to have to look at that number again. But we did want to share a little bit more data about the folks that we have completed assessments for in Isla Vista. 62% were experiencing chronic homelessness, which for us is a very specific term that means someone has been experiencing homelessness for over a year and has a disabling condition. So it's not one or the other, but it's both. The average age in Isla Vista of the persons completing assessments was 49 years old. 27, oh, this is an error, so I'm sorry about that. So it says 27% female, 27% male. I wonder, Lucille, could you quick go look and see what the accurate number is? I'm guessing that the 27% female is correct.
Yes, I believe 23% male, and do you want me to double check now or come back to that in a bit?
Yeah, we can come back to it, but I'm guessing that means it's 73% male. And then I think something that we see in all, sometimes we often think of mental illness or substance abuse as the most common condition or barrier to housing. But what we see consistently is that persons who have experienced repeated trauma is actually the most current thread amongst the people experiencing homelessness. And so in Isla Vista, that's true, with 73% of those that completed the assessment stated that emotional, physical, or sexual trauma had caused their current episode of homelessness. And 56% of those that completed assessments had income. So we'll look at some of those more traditional barriers that we often think of. So these are disabling conditions. And so the orange bar represents the county-wide numbers of all persons who had completed assessments since January 1st, 2020. And the blue bar represents the Isla Vista community members that were surveyed. So you can see in almost every instance, with the exception of chronic health conditions, the Isla Vista community had a higher percentage of those disabling conditions. So for instance, with mental health or brain injury, 38% of those that completed assessments self-reported that they had those conditions, where 33% stated that countywide. And we'll go on to, so where does the money go? There has been quite a bit of additional, like I said, one-time funding coming in. And so really the money goes into these 6 main categories. Homelessness prevention, which we've seen a lot of during COVID, right? A lot of emergency rental assistance dollars flowing to prevent people from losing their homes. System coordination, which tends to be a very small percentage of our funding. Outreach, like street outreach to the unsheltered population. Permanent housing, which could be any of the interventions I spoke about before, like rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, any kind of rental subsidy or permanent placing. This could also be project units like Pescadero lofts. Health and supportive services that can happen in the field or when someone's in housing. And then shelter and interim housing. So go to the next slide. So local developments that you all have going on. Of course, you have Pescadero lofts, the pallet shelters there in the corner, and then the County Housing Authority's Swainhill property. And I believe there's also another people self-help housing property that's shown here. So at the onset of California's stay-at-home order, a task force assembled to address pressing issues related to homelessness and meet the following 4 objectives: to prevent and mitigate COVID-19 impacts for persons who remained unsheltered, to establish non-congregate sheltering for persons at highest risk of COVID-19 complications, which turned out to be hotel rooms locally, sustaining our congregate shelter capacity, which, as I showed in the earlier slide, has been a huge struggle, and enhancing homelessness prevention and housing activities, which we've been able to do a lot of with the emergency rental assistance and some of the additional funding to get people permanently housed. So we'll change gears a little bit now to the plan, but I know I went over quite a bit of data and information, so wanted to just pause here if there was a question about any of the slides that were already presented.
Members of the board, any questions? Director Deschler.
Yes, hi, Kimberly. I wanted to ask a question. This should have been asked like at the very beginning, but when the county is looking at houselessness issues and looking at people, our city of Santa Barbara, are those numbers included as part of the county? Because sometimes we hear about the city of Santa Barbara and their homeless programs. And I just wondered if the county includes those numbers and includes those programs under their umbrella.
Yes, so while the city of Santa Barbara does have some funding that they invest, specifically to homeless. In fact, I think we might have all heard there was quite a few news articles over the weekend about them investing in hoteling for non-congregate shelter themselves for 25 individuals that was approved by the council today. Still, most of the funding that's utilized in the city of Santa Barbara to address homelessness would be what's flowing from the county through behavioral wellness, public health, and community services. And absolutely, our numbers would include their counts as well. So when we're talking about that 2,178, that includes actually almost half of that population is in the city of Santa Barbara.
Thank you. And I just wanted to ask one more question. On the slide where you talk about your guiding principles, you said adopted by elected leaders forum and COC board. And I just didn't know, what's the COC board?
Yeah, so one of the main bodies that kind of drives the policy making for the system is something that the Department of Housing and Urban Development set up many years ago called the Continuum of Care. And so locally, that's the Santa Maria, Santa Barbara County Continuum of Care, which is a large board, almost 30 members that represent different stakeholder groups as well as the cities. We actually just added a higher education seat, so may think about that. But that group actually is responsible for things that are required for much of the funding that we receive. So for instance, we have to have a homeless management information system. So that's a database where we collect client level data and placement data for our houseless neighbors. And we have to have a coordinated entry system that's operating to where we have a single inflow, right, where people can get connected to services. Those are mandated systems that allow us to receive much of the funding we do. And so the Continuum of Care sets the policies and procedures, actually controls some of the funding. The recent homeless emergency aid program that came in was actually funded through the Continuum of Care, them making the decisions. Now, community services, where the department I work in, serves as the collaborative applicant or the administrative entity for the Continuum of Care. So we're like the staff arm. We're kind of the Jonathan of the Continuum of Care for the community services district. So we're staffing their committees, we're creating, helping move programs forward. We manage the homeless management information system and the coordinated entry system on behalf of the Continuum of Care. So it's more than a local board, right? It's a whole continuum of agencies that go into that board. But I think we often think of the Continuum as their governing board. Great question.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Sometimes our lingo, we're not explaining it, but I think it's really important for everyone to understand that there are these different groups, right? So there's an elected leaders forum that's made up of 2 supervisors as well as mayors and representatives from city councils that now are meeting that'll actually be monitoring the plan. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. The Continuum of Care is operating and has been for many years. And then we also have a homeless interagency policy council internally in the county where all the department directors are meeting on a monthly basis to kind of bureaucracy bust issues around homelessness. And a lot of the things that have been going around to Isla Vista are being talked about at that internal meeting. All right, anything else?
I think there were 2 more questions from our board. I'll go to Director Geis and then Director Friedman, but I also just want to say to members of the public, we'll take your comments and questions during public comment on this item. So go ahead, Director Geis.
Kimberly, do you guys track the number of, like units available or people who are in permanent shelters? And then do you track people that have escaped homelessness, either by going to a permanent shelter or somehow get recovery, maybe from mental health or something? And do people turn over in the permanent shelters, that they go to the permanent shelters, get better and leave, and different people move in?
Yeah, so I think, so yes, and yes. We do a lot of tracking of who is in our shelters, how they exit, whether they exit back into homelessness, whether they exit to a kind of a step up like a transitional housing or a permanent housing intervention, which is obviously the ideal. And one of the things I reported recently was that some of this new one-time funding, the homeless emergency aid program, I won't give you a bunch of acronyms and names, but several of the one-time funding sources have actually resulted in 585 permanent housing placements just from those funding sources alone since July of 19. And those people are largely retaining their housing, like over 90%. We know that homelessness is not an end result. I've been doing this work for many years, and so we have many success stories to share, but we still have a very large percentage that don't have access right yet to housing or shelter because our resources just are not sufficient. But what we see is, even when we do the point in time count, that the vast majority of individuals want help. And we have literally a waiting list for rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing in the hundreds of people who have completed the assessment. Many of them have all the documents ready and are just waiting to be matched to that appropriate intervention as resources are available.
And just a follow-up
Yeah.
question. Do we know how many units that we have of permanent housing in the Isla Vista area? And then my second question there, is it like, do we underserve because we don't have enough units compared to other places in the county, or is there an abundance? And I doubt if there's an abundance.
So the only permanent housing that's specifically dedicated, so oftentimes, right, someone experiencing homelessness with a voucher can use a voucher in a private market unit. So we don't track that. So I don't know how many private market units are being utilized by someone who was houseless when they received their voucher. But the only units I'm aware of in Isla Vista that are dedicated to the homeless population is Pescadero Lofts, which I believe is 33 units. And of course, the pallet shelters on the shelter side now, which are currently sheltering about 25 individuals. So how does that compare per capita to some of the other areas? I would definitely have to get back to you on that, but I really like that question, and would be really interesting to see. But I think we can see, anecdotally right now that there's certainly a need for additional shelter and housing in Isla Vista.
So with Pescadero Lofts as an example of something that could be built, I think we housed 32 people there a number of years ago. Do the same 32 people still live there, or do they turn over and we move different? Is there a transition through there? And do you know what the cost of that? It'd be interesting to know what the cost of building something like that and the cost of running it.
Yeah. So in the case of Pescadero Lofts, right, we do consider that permanent housing. And because of the lack of affordability in the private market, in Santa Barbara County, we have less turnover, right, of those permanent units. So someone goes into permanent supportive housing to end their homelessness and have those robust services associated with that housing. And they may get to the point in 3 or 4 years that they're ready to move on. But affordability, right, might make it very difficult for them to go into a private market unit. So we see less turnover because of that locally than maybe other rental markets might have. But absolutely, there is some. So someone might move out of the area, someone might get reunited with family, or when the housing authorities had vouchers in 2019, all of their project-based buildings were given the opportunity to have a tenant-based voucher if they wanted to live more in the community rather than in the project-based site. So there's some turnover, but it's slow. Most people are there for a number of years, and I could definitely get back to you with an average stay at Pescadero Lofts.
I guess I was talking with somebody earlier today, and I think the RDA, the redevelopment agency of Isla Vista, the local housing fund is how that was built, but I'm not quite sure.
Oh, and that's good. Yes, second part of your question. So we almost always in a large project like that, when it's being built from the ground up, there's a local investment, but it may be minimal compared to the total cost. And I don't know the total cost of Pescadero Lofts. My guess is it's probably around 20 million. But there might have only been a local investment of like $1 million or $1.5 million, and the rest comes from low income housing tax credits. So that's a very complicated state financing structure. So the majority of the cost of most affordable housing comes through that low income housing tax credit, which has recently been expanded with some of the recent government bills. But so while it feels like, gosh, that's a lot of money, we don't have that much money, the local investment might be very marginal compared to what's contributed to the project through an investor, through low-income housing tax credits.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. I'm Director Freeman. I believe you have questions as well.
Yes, I have a, in some sense, might be I consider it a rather high level question that it provides clarifying context of what we're talking about, but other people, it's possible they might consider this to be a weirdly low level question, depending on context. So there's a lot of implied terminology here with relation to these phases. And I'm wondering when the phases were defined and how the timeline of the phases correlates with the things that we've been seeing happening, and particularly with relation to other meetings that have been going on in the area with relation to the plan for the houseless communities. I mean, there's been a lot of meetings, for example, at the Parks District, and there was this discussion of, well, the county should go off and come back with a plan. Is that what the phase 2 plan is the result of being asked by the Park District to come back with a plan? Is phase 2 something that we've been waiting for 5 years? Is phase 2 something we've been waiting for 3 weeks? I don't really understand that at a very high level what we're being presented here in the context of the phase 1 transition into phase 2, or is it even a transition?
Very good question. So we wish now, I think we didn't have phase 1 and phase 2, but basically this was the higher level county-wide regional action plan to address homelessness. So it isn't necessarily specific to any jurisdiction. It's what I'll be presenting as we move through the slides is the regional action plan that has been in development since 2019. We did have a phase 1 that was more general in nature, that wasn't an actual county work plan, that had these 5 key strategies that you're seeing on the slides right now. In order for us to be eligible for funding, right, you have to have a strategic plan. And so we did a phase 1 version of that plan so that obviously it's very important. We had a lot of funding coming in to maximize impact, but the phase 2 plan that we're going to discuss, and might as well just actually go on to the next slide because I think this will actually really help, was a larger process. So we had engagement with over 400 community members, did a lot of community meetings. Most of them did supersede, they happened prior to events in Isla Vista that resulted in a lot of working group meetings and meetings with the Parks District. So the phase 2 process was actually concluded right in January 2020, besides, the actual drafting and modifying of the plan. But the plan includes the look at all the funding dedicated to homelessness, a complete gaps analysis, and then working with some of these different groups to finalize the drafting of the plan. So I think District Member Freeman, I think it's definitely not important at all to think of the phases, that really it's one plan that was just done at 2 different times, but it is not specific to one jurisdiction. It's an overarching plan of how we would address homelessness on a regional level.
Is there going to be a phase 3?
I hope not. We will not call it phase 3 if there is. So I'm sure there will be at a point where we do another strategic plan, in a number of years. But I think we would not split it into phases how this was done. Like I said, it was very specific to a need to complete something in a short time frame, but we wanted to have adequate time to have a full planning process, thus the phase 1 and phase 2 here. So I think next time we'll have a different title, but I'm sure there will actually be another strategic plan probably in 3 to 5 years.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. So we kind of talked about the phase 2 process. Like I said, most of the community input was in late 2019. We did have quite a bit of a pause during COVID-19 response, as most of us that were working on the plan were pulled into emergency services. So the plan has been now approved by the Continuum of Care Board that we talked about earlier, by the Board of Supervisors, and most recently by the City of Guadalupe and the City of Carpinteria. And we're on the road show getting adoption of the plan right now. I think our next community is maybe Buellton. So, all right, so we'll go on to the next slide. So we have 5 system level goals that I'll actually be looking at slide by slide. So I won't review them here, but these are sort of the overarching goals of the plan. And you can see here a beloved Isla Vista member is pictured on the slide. I think we're all missing Father John. But here the system level goal is to prioritize ending and dramatically reducing homelessness for specific populations. And so when we talk about that, what we heard numerous times from stakeholders was that we must demonstrate success in order to gain community support and build momentum. And so one way that we've begun that work is by partnering with the state and community partners on what we call 100-day challenges. And so we take a very intensive effort at first youth homelessness and then veteran homelessness to try and house a number of individuals in a short period of time to really bust the bureaucracy and really show the community what can be achieved. So in 100 days, over 50 youth in our community that were experiencing homelessness were housed, and about that same number of veterans in a subsequent 100-day challenge. So all populations are important, and we never want to get too caught up in the subpopulation, so to speak, but we do always want to be strategic when we have resources to make sure that we're ending or drastically reducing homelessness for that population. And so there is quite a bit of funding to address veteran homelessness right now. So obviously the biggest strategy we have that our overarching goal, and will be repeated many times as I move through the slides, is we just need more units and more beds. We have to increase the housing inventory dedicated to homelessness in order to address this problem. So every day we're asked by people, how do they get help? How do we reduce encampments? And the answer, it always has to start with a bed. We also want to create a culture of shelter diversion and prevention across the homelessness response system. So we want to prevent homelessness from happening whenever possible. And so in this case, we're showing you in our system, like 14% of persons that were entering emergency shelter came from a housed setting. So that makes us ask, how could we have kept them in that unit rather than having to go through the trauma of a shelter stay, right? And then trying to re-engage, which is much more costly and much more difficult for the person. And so, so we're very committed to creating this culture of prevention and diversion so that someone's houseless episode could be as short as possible. We also want to improve homeless system performance, right? We want to decrease the length of time people are experiencing homelessness. We want to increase successful placements from street outreach, emergency shelter, transitional housing. We want to decrease returns to homelessness. All of things are very, very important, right, for our system. And so having concrete goals and using data to measure our successes, as we spoke about earlier, is very, very important. Are we moving the needle positively, or are we not moving the needle? And if we're not tracking performance, we won't know. And last, we had contracted with consultants, and they chose to include the continuum of care had established very detailed strategies and benchmarks that were approved in 2019 to do things like rehouse families with children within 30 days of becoming homeless, increasing employment, increasing non-employment income for those with disabling conditions, doing many of the things that we talked about on the performance slide. And so those have all also been incorporated into the plan as an overarching goal. We also have strategies and priority areas, and I'm going to go through them one by one, so I won't read them here on the slide. But strategy 1, again, increase access to safe and affordable housing. Again, it kind of all starts and ends with this, right? We have to have access to a roof most of the time. in order to end someone's homelessness. And I think while we certainly know that there are individuals that proclaim wanting to be outside and that there is some freedom associated with that, the vast majority of people do very much want to have a safe place to call home. So we have to increase the pool of funding. Oh, we'll go ahead. Strategy, we'll go ahead. That's fine. Strategy 2, we want to use best practices to deliver tailored supportive services to meet individual needs. Providing education. We want to make sure that our system isn't leaving anyone out. I'm so sorry. I keep wanting to cough. I hope that's not a bad sign. So expand supportive services to meet at the individual level. So while we always want to be creating a system that's performing better, no one's homelessness will ever be solved by a system, right? It'll be solved at the individual level for those challenges and those barriers. And so we always want to be employing best practices like motivational interviewing, trauma-informed care, lots of different strategies to really bring it down to what that client individually needs. So building a collective action plan, which of course much of this plan is about, and improving data sharing. So while we certainly always want to be respectful, we do use releases of information in order to share data to where we can, certainly in aggregate, know the success of our efforts, but also as a case management tool, right? To where we know if someone has not been able to, staying at PATH was not a positive experience for them, right? So we want to try something different, or, oh, they're already linked with this street outreach worker. So we want to make sure that we're linking them, to their existing worker rather than sort of starting a new case. So it's very important at the client level as well as the system level for us to be doing some data sharing. Strategy 4 is to strengthen the support systems available to help residents obtain and maintain housing. And so we always want to, have those opportunities for folks to re-enter housing, but we also want to make sure that we have the retention services to keep them there. And last but not least, to continue to build provider capacity to address the needs of specific populations. So while we never want to get sort of hung up on the different subpopulations that we talked about, like veterans or families or youth, we do know that they have different needs. I think we could all agree that, a 19-year-old college student living in their car has very different needs than an 81-year-old who, fell out of housing because her rent was too high, or someone who's been on the streets for 20 years in addiction. So we always want to make sure that we're trained and ready to work with whatever need presents itself, and that we're trained for different barriers with different specific populations. So the meat of the plan, if it was included in your packets, is the plan is 105 pages. There's a great deal of detail in this work plan. So this is kind of the actual step-by-step on each of those strategies and priority areas that we talked about before. We talk about what action steps are needed, who will support in need, where the key resources will come from, what's the timeline, and then of course this will also be used to measure progress. And so some of the key actions underway that have been a little bit touched on already: permanent housing of veterans and youth, fully utilizing all of the one-time funding that we were talking about with the maximum impact, identifying interim housing sites. We know we need more shelter beds, addressing the COVID-19 impacts, and we're doing that largely through the temporary emergency shelters, full lease up of new developments with adequate housing retention services. Even through the pandemic, we opened a couple of different, or I should say collaboratively, the continuum opened things like Johnson Court, a 16-unit development for veterans, an 89-unit senior affordable housing development in the city of Santa Barbara called Gardens on Hope, an 80-unit apartment complex in Santa Maria, residents at Depot Street, dedicated all to homeless families and chronically homeless individuals. So lots of projects to lease up and make sure that we're adequately supporting, increasing building provider capacity, and then expanded use of our homeless management information system. Because what we find is the better our data is, the more it informs us on the effectiveness of our system. And next steps. So the implementation and coordination and leadership of the plan. Like I mentioned, we're out now giving similar presentations to city councils and here the Community Services District, and asking for adoption of the plan when appropriate. The Elected Leaders Forum will actually provide the policy direction and monitor the progress of the plan monthly. The Continuum of Care will continue their role in system coordination and improvements. And then that County Department Directors group that I mentioned will continue to address internal county solutions, priorities, and actions. And then Community Services, the department that Lucille and I work with, will continue to convene key stakeholders to coordinate and advance action steps, similar like what Lucille did in Isla Vista by convening the working group to work through specific issues there. And so again, tonight, we're just asking you to receive the presentation, and would love any feedback and be happy to offer, answer any other questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation, Kimberly. A lot of information there, and all of it really informative. So I just want to pause for our board and ask, is there any clarifying questions from the board on the presentation? Director Deschler.
I hate to, I'm always the first one, but I don't want to miss my chance. So there you go. So this is really interesting. I'm so scared of this issue because it's so complex and so hard to understand, just from picking up things that you read or different meetings and that kind of thing. So this is really good. So I'm trying to visualize this in my head. I need like an infographic. So you get two things. You get federal funding, you get state funding, you get local funding. You have the different local governments. Then the county is coordinating a lot of these services. And then you have PATH and Good Sam and other social service kind of nonprofits. How do they fit into this plan?
Yeah, so most of the actual work, right, that will be done, right, if we were to build a shelter or have another permanent housing, right, we're always dependent on provider capacity to make sure that they can adequately staff that. So while some programs are directly administered by the county, like the Healthcare for the Homeless or Behavioral Wellness Department, mostly the funding that we administer from the federal government is all passed through to the organizations and many others that you mentioned in order to provide those services to the community. So certainly not every nonprofit that's providing homeless services is county funded, but many, certainly of the larger ones, are largely county funded.
Got it. And is there a private sector component to this COC? And is there a private sector component?
Yeah, so I'm trying to think right now, but I would say over half of our current board members would be from the CBO's sector. I'm sorry, I shouldn't use acronyms. Community-based organizations would be represented. So the City Housing Authority is our current board chair. The executive director of Good Samaritan, who I know I've been on these calls, these meetings before, is our vice chair, and a number of the organizations are represented, as well as, like I said, then there are other representatives from city governments and county government.
Got it. This is really helpful. Thank you. My last question is, so you all were engaged in this regional action plan and then COVID hit. And then I just wonder, and maybe you've answered this already, but has your plan shifted at all in dealing with the homelessness caused by COVID? Do you see, are there other challenges that have come up through COVID that haven't been addressed? And how has this changed because of COVID, or if it has
So we have added in the text of the plan, there's kind of almost like a disclaimer at the beginning where we talk about that most of the plan was drafted prior to COVID, and then the world changes, right? So we certainly know what the beauty of this plan, right, is because it's a living document in that spreadsheet work plan, is we'll continue to make adjustments. And I think one of the main learning, I guess even for me, it kind of, you can teach a old dog new tricks, is I would have been the first one to say hotel rooms are not the option. And after now having had oversight of a hotel for almost a year, I would say it turned out to be possibly, besides an actual permanent supportive housing unit, the most powerful tool I've ever had in my toolbox. So it done well, getting someone where they choose when they shower, get adequate sleep, have access to resources and 3 meals a day in what feels a lot more like a home, right, than a dorm style setting, has been so transformative. I wouldn't have believed it. So I'm really, I believe that should be the defining work of the pandemic, statewide actually, that hotel rooms can be effective shelter, and that buying hotels and converting them to permanent supportive housing is far more effective and quicker than sort of ground up. So we need to do both. But I would say, yes, we're absolutely learning things from the pandemic, but I think the value of non-congregate shelter is definitely one of those. And I see Lucille mentioned in the chat, I was about to say to myself that Ethan has been was a huge part of our team at the beginning, helping on the weekends when he could. And so he might want to speak as well to the room key experience, but definitely lessons learned from COVID for sure.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Kimberly and Lucille. Definitely agree. Such a wonderful experience, and really seeing what happens rather quickly in some situations when you bring someone indoors and with wraparound services that are there to help them. I mean, there's a very long history of people needing help. So not all issues are solved overnight, but just bringing someone indoors with that supportive environment puts them on a path forward to a long-term recovery and housing plan. So thank you all so much for what you're doing. It was really great to be a part of it.
Thank you for those comments, Kirsten and Ethan as well. That's really interesting perspective. Are there any other questions for members of the board? If not, I figure we can, oh, I see. Okay, Director Geis, go ahead. Bob, you're gonna have to unmute.
Hi, Kimberly. We as a community service district at one point were running a community center where now we have the homeless population. And some people say, well, that's going to end in June. But do you think that's reality, that those pallet homes will be moved and the park will be vacated? Or is it really, should we be planning for an extension to that and it really doesn't free up that building again?
So I'm the first to say, you know, there are many decision makers above my pay grade, but I can tell you that every conversation that I've been in since this conversation started, and certainly since the project's been operational, is we all know that we have to be out on June 15th. We are committed. We meet almost on a daily basis to make sure that happens. And I dare say, you know, in the public, to be held accountable, that you will have the community center back as promised, and we will have found an alternative location for individuals currently living in the park and in the shelter.
And what about the pallet homes? Will they be located somewhere else?
Yes, so we are part of that demobilization is that we are currently working through a process to relocate them to another community. In fact, just before this meeting started, I saw sort of the final what we call board letter, what goes to the Board of Supervisors for approval for that site prep to begin now.
Okay, thank you.
And let me ask one question that is somewhat related to that. I know that the pallet shelter, the temporary emergency shelter, the name keeps on changing, so I don't know exactly what it's called these days.
Me either.
I'll just say that I know this was a first in the region program of its kind. And I have so much respect for Good Samaritan, for Sylvia, Kirsten, and their team that is out there on the front lines working with our houseless population to get that shelter. And I'm curious if you can share, based on the, I guess now it's 4, almost 5 months of operation, if there are any lessons learned, or if you can share about some of the successes, pitfalls, what have you, of that project, and also how it interrelates with what's going on next door in the encampment in People's Park.
Yeah, so I think, you know, I think Sylvia be the first, I don't want to speak for her, but she may be the first to share that because of some of the continued issues in People's Park, I think it has been even more challenging than lifting you know, a temporary shelter would have been. And they've just been champions of trying to serve individuals in both locations. So what I mean by that, right, is someone who maybe is really wanting to take that step toward recovery, but you know, their best friend is still getting high next door. It's just so easy to go back over to People's Park and have that happen rather than, you know, take that step to recovery that they're contemplating in the pallet shelter. So that would be kind of an example of some of the challenges. I think that lessons learned, I think that, you know, wind and rain and, you know, some of the challenges of having persons in individual units, but then having the communal bathroom sort of outdoor, et cetera, right? I think that's, those have been bigger challenges. I think we had a lot of weather, even though it's been such a dry year. I feel like we had some pretty significant weather challenges that I think made us all feel like, gosh, you know, this is a good model for services, but it's a hard physical model to really achieve what feels like a true sheltered environment. So I think that's maybe one observation that I would make. And then I think the population in general, I think that has, you know, been that our guests at the pallet shelter, just the level of need. I think, you know, I think this has been shared at your meeting before, but so several of them had, you know, significant medical procedures that had been waiting, or they had lost contact with their specialty care. And so I think it's as many as 5 now have been able to access those, you know, sort of life altering surgeries because they had a place to recuperate. So I think, you know, that'll be one of the true success stories, right, of the project. I think there's a gentleman that can, you know, has better eyesight already because being able to be at the shelter. But we don't have, they're working diligently on housing options. We don't have a lot of housing stats to report yet, but they've been getting everyone document ready, and recently voucher lists have opened, which we believe will provide some opportunity as well.
That's great. Well, thank you for that. And I want to share both for you and for the public that is actually impeccable timing. Earlier today, when walking by the pallet shelter, I ran into someone who I consider a friend of mine who has experienced homelessness in our community for a number of years. And he had been housed in the pallet shelter, and he was moving out. And the reason why is because he had received permanent supportive housing. So I think we can all clap for that. And I just want to honor and and commend those who are on the front lines, who are working so diligently to help our neighbors navigate these systems that, let's be honest, can be very confusing, especially when if you are in a situation where you're really trying to meet the needs in your life that are at the very bottom, the very base of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, just food, shelter, and for those that are facing substance use issues, you know, that need as well in their lives. I'm just really I'm thankful and impressed for everyone who has been working with our homeless neighbors to make that a reality. So.
Yeah, maybe one example I'll quick share is, has anyone tried to go to the DMV during the pandemic?
Always,
right?
Always.
Most of us, right, are getting to do some sort of mail-in or, you know, getting extensions. And in order to move forward with housing, someone has to have an ID. And so just trying to navigate the DMV and the Social Security Administration, you know, and potentially a birth certificate if they've never had an ID during the pandemic. Those are monumental challenges. And so just the fact that I think they've been able to get most of the folks all of their vital documents now at the pallet shelter is a huge success, because as you mentioned, it just, I don't know if I could do it by myself. I would have been calling, you know, someone 25 going like, how do I do this? You know? And it really, you know, the pandemic just added such a huge layer to that vital document piece, which is essential to our housing system.
So I want to open it up for members of the public as well. I know that there's been just so much interest and care about our homeless neighbors in our community. So I want to open it up for public comment. If you would like to make a comment, please hit the raise hand button or drop something in the chat, and we'll put you in the queue. And I know that Ariel, I believe, has had his hand up for a number of minutes. So I'll hand it over to you first, and then to be followed by Helen / Danny / Jose / Lily / Christina.
Thanks, Spencer. Hi, Kimberly. My name's Corporal Ariel Bornet with UC Santa Barbara Police Department. I believe this will be an easy question. I think I just missed it. Earlier, you were reading stats from people who were surveyed in Isla Vista. I was just wondering how many people were actually surveyed?
I think it's 39.
Thank you.
That completed the assessment since January 1st, 2020.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thanks, Ariel. All right, next, Helen and friends, to be followed by Julia.
Hi, I'm Lily in the list of people there, and I'm speaking on behalf of my team. We're AmeriCorps members, and we all do outreach with people at People's Park and in the shelters. So having one-on-one conversations with a lot of these people on a day-to-day basis, I had a couple specific questions for you. There was a list mentioned of all these different complexes that have already been built that are made for only housing people that are currently experiencing homelessness. And that was a verbal list, and I didn't get a chance to scribble them all down. And I was curious, where does this list exist, and how would we maybe find out if some place like that has any availability?
So most of the different projects that I just mentioned are through the city and county housing authority. And so you would access through their waiting lists. And then the coordinated entry system list, which we highly recommend anyone experiencing houselessness get on through the assessment process that I was quoting the stats from, also opens that door to not those specific project-based units, but other housing opportunities. But I'd be happy to work with the AmeriCorps members to kind of give a current update of the latest and greatest in housing, because it is moving quickly right now.
Yeah, and I just had another question. So you said that there was an upcoming, voucher list for the people that are going to be exited on June 15th. And is that specifically only for people that are currently housed in the shelter, or is this also for people in People's Park?
No, so I think, so if I said it like that, I apologize. So what I was saying is that the City Housing Authority list is, voucher list is open right now. The waiting list is open. And so anyone with a disabling condition that's under 62 years of age and needs a housing choice voucher can apply on that list. But there is a preference given by the housing authorities to persons experiencing houselessness. So we very much encourage and know that workers are definitely working with those in the pallet shelter and People's Park if they have a Santa Barbara, right? So the City of Santa Barbara Housing Authority would be serving residents of the city, but we know there has been some relocation to Isla Vista. And then the County Housing Authority list that's very similar would be opening later this month. And so again, that's part of the federal government has released more mainstream vouchers or housing choice vouchers like Section 8, I think maybe better known as, through the pandemic. And so both housing authorities will be opening up, or one has already opened, the other will be opening their wait list for those, again, who are disabled and under 62 years of age. And there's a preference for those that are homeless.
Okay, great. Final question. I'm so sorry. So I've noticed that there's a really high turnover rate, not necessarily in the beneficiaries community. It's in our side of things. The people we work with are different pretty much month to month. And when we talk to our clients, they say, oh, I remember so-and-so, but I don't remember you. And they're just tired of starting from square one with everyone. And so I was just curious if in these bigger, broader scopes, is there some sort of a plan for maybe addressing the high turnover rate in the employees and the people that are working with outreach?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And I think that's where a consistent like community member that is a volunteer, it looks like Julia might be speaking next, and somebody who's a consistent in their life, because what we do see, right, is that unfortunately this is a very challenging field where we do have a lot of turnover. And so making sure our providers are adequately funded to where positions hopefully won't have as much turnover. I absolutely agree that the magic to this work is consistency. It's when that same person that's been building that trusted relationship with you shows up. And so if it's always someone different showing up, that's a lot harder to move the ball forward. So I welcome any suggestions, but agree, staffing, particularly in the pandemic, has been extremely challenging for most of our providers.
All right, thank you for hearing me. I'm a lowly AmeriCorps member, but I really appreciate all these answers.
No, lowly, we're so glad.
Yeah, thank you for that. I want to echo for you, Lily, and thank you to everyone on our AmeriCorps staff that works in Isla Vista. We appreciate our partnership with AmeriCorps. All right, next we have Julia. Go ahead, Julia.
Hey, thanks. I've got a couple of questions, sort of all related to each other, but I just wanted to get some clarifying information. But basically, when the pallet homes close in June, can you confirm that so you said that those are going to be, the pallet homes will be, the pallet shelters will be moved to a different site and continue working, but in a different location. Is that confirmed? And do you know the place? Is it outside of Isla Vista? And also considering that the current population is obviously more than the amount of people who are in the pallet homes, will people who are not in pallet homes, will there be a different sanctioned encampment if they're not able to be offered housing? Because I know we talked about how the resources are hard to come by and it may be difficult to get all that. So yeah, that's my first question.
So the pallet shelters right now, we're looking at a location in Lompoc. So I know it won't be in the Isla Vista area where they'll be moving to. So that's the shelters, not the people. And then I am not aware, again, I think want to make sure everybody on the call understands that the current tent structures in People's Park is the district of the Rec and Parks District. It is not a county project or county recognized sanctioned encampment. So I couldn't really speak to what the Parks District is, the Rec and Parks District is going to do next. I know that at their last board meeting, I was present and they were given direction. I think staff was given direction to come back with a plan for returning the park to recreational uses. But I definitely want everyone on the call to be clear that the Rec and Parks District is not the county. And while the county has been providing a lot of support with outreach, et cetera, in the park, ultimately the Rec and Parks District board will be the one making the decision on the disposition of People's Park.
Okay, so the shelters themselves will be moved to Lompoc, but you do not know about the people who are currently in the shelters.
I think we've always been committed to making sure that everyone in the pallet shelters has an alternative when we move. So we're still very committed to that.
Gotcha. But the specifics of that are not hammered out currently.
Every individual will have, I mean, I think that's, you know, and on these meetings, this question comes up a lot, right? Everyone wants sort of this specific of what each person's going to get. But I think that each situation is completely different and each individual will have, you know, a choice to make for themselves, right? Whether that they want to advance for housing, whether they want to enter the shelter that's offered, whether we know that, you know, for instance, in People's Park, that there's individuals that we would recommend for going into more of a safe house type placement, but that person has to accept that. So I think we'll be working diligently as Good Samaritan has been doing the whole time. And it sounds like House Someone Today, that everyone has an opportunity toward shelter or housing.
Gotcha. And my final question is, considering definitely the individuality of all this, but also like as mentioned before, the limits of resources available. Has the county ever considered, or will the county consider in the future, any type of county sanctioned encampments during the times where people are not able to access resources and go somewhere else?
I don't know, but I can tell you right now that there's 22 shelter beds available on the South Coast tonight. And so while, you know, there are limited resources, I do believe that, you know, there are shelter opportunities for individuals experiencing homelessness that if they were ready to move into a sheltered environment tonight, there would have been a bed available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for those questions and comments, Julia. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? I'm not seeing any other hands. Just on over. Okay, so then I think I'll bring it back to the board just for any board discussion. I have one question and a couple comments, but I'll open it up to my colleagues first if there's anyone else who wants to start off. All right, well, I'll pull in, since Kirsten had to leave us, I guess she's not going to be the first one to get a question in this time. So I'll be the first one. My question was just on vaccination status for our homeless neighbors in Isla Vista. Can you share anything about what those efforts have been like?
Yes, so really exciting, actually. The whole South Coast and now I think much of North County as well. The Public Health Department partnered with Doctors Without Walls Street Medicine. Not sure if anyone's familiar with their work, but they have just been doing an exceptional job setting up clinics and getting our vaccines to different underserved populations, including our houseless neighbors, and so have vaccinated at the pallet shelters as well as People's Park. And obviously, I think probably everyone's heard the news that the J&J vaccine was paused today, which is, you know, terrible news for our houseless neighbors in that, you know, the one shot is just such an easier to manage alternative than the 2 doses. But I was on a call earlier with the public health director, and they're committed to continuing the work, but really want to give hats off to Doctors Without Walls for, I think they're doing like 2 to 3 clinics a week in high density people experiencing homelessness where there's areas of high density. Alameda Park, they've been at most of the shelters now. So I think I heard about 750 of our houseless neighbors have been fully vaccinated so far. And I know at the site that we run for Room Key, the second dose is happening tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, that's just such great news. I know that throughout this entire pandemic, our homeless neighbors, they are the one of the most vulnerable populations when it comes to healthcare. And just to hear that is now much more widely available really feels like a significant accomplishment, and feels like one of those moments in my mind where I'm thinking, we're starting to round the corner when it comes to this pandemic.
Yeah. When Doctors Without Walls was out at the first clinic, I literally cried, just, the emotion of it after a year of just it being every day. So life-threatening for this population particularly. And so it's just bringing so much hope. And I hope it brings hope in multiple areas, right? That they're prioritized for housing, prioritized for shelter, that we can use these new dollars coming into the county to make sure that we're addressing this issue and at an individual level.
Well, I'll also just make a comment, and this isn't necessarily for you, Kimberly. I think it's just more my musings on the state of our community and our homeless neighbors in general. That I was able to attend the Isla Vista Recreation Park District meeting where this was a topic that was spoken about. And I can tell you there's one thing that was shared there that really made me concerned, and that was the testimony from the Good Samaritan operators of the pallet shelter, and their dialogue about the experiences that they have been having and the challenges that they have been experiencing as they try to help their clients navigate what is probably the most difficult thing that any human being has to do, which is first be able to navigate this complicated system to receive shelter, and for many of them to be able to go into recovery from substances that quite literally change your brain chemistry and the way that you think, and get you to a place where it is part of, like I mentioned before, that hierarchy of needs that you have, along with food and water and shelter. And I just am very concerned in general that the existence of the encampment that is next door is providing such a challenge for those who are trying to do everything that they can to just do this most difficult task. And I just want to center that experience there, because I'm not sure that it is something that is talked about enough when it comes to how we think about the issue. As policymakers and as elected officials, I can assure the community every single day, every single week, we either receive communication from residents with inquiries about our homeless neighbors in Isla Vista, or we read things on the internet or just on community message boards about the topic. But I don't think that that's something that's really talked about as much. And so I just wanted to bring that up for the public and challenge us all to think about that more, because I think that I want us to be able to do everything we can to support those that are doing this very difficult task, that are living at that pallet shelter right now. So those are my musings. Are there any other comments or questions from board members?
Yeah, Spencer, I would just add on to that and agree with you. From the beginning, one of our biggest concerns has been the safety of those who are living in the encampment and in the pallet village. But especially with the encampment, we've seen some very real public safety concerns. And at that park district meeting, some of the information that was brought up as far as the health conditions that
Ethan, are you there? I think we lost Ethan. Are others not getting him coming through? Okay. Well, we'll give Ethan a second maybe to get better connection or log back on.
I messaged him.
Okay.
He's coming back into the meeting now.
Hey, sorry about that. I got disconnected. I'm going to leave my video off. What I was saying is we've really done a lot to recognize the safety concerns of the encampment. And at the Park District meeting, when I heard the presentations, some things that really stood out to me were the concerns about the health conditions that people in the encampments are experiencing. The public safety concerns of human trafficking and domestic violence and sexual assault. And just last week, we received the timely notification about very concerning violence that occurred there. And I just mentioned these as something that all of us need to be cognizant about. Yes, absolutely. Our number one goal is to house people, and the vast majority of folks in Isla Vista that I know who are without homes are trying to do the right thing and just trying to get by. But I also recognize that the situation that is happening is just untenable and unsustainable for us to just look the other way for the safety of those who are there. So anything that we can do to support getting these folks housed, getting them services, being good neighbors, and looking out for their health and safety, that's absolutely what we have to do. And just big thank you to all the service providers who are working in this space. I know it's not easy, so thank you.
Thank you, Director Bertrand. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? All right. Seeing none, I just really want to thank you, Kimberly and Lucille, for the presentation today. I know this won't be the last time that we'll speak about our homeless neighbors in our community, and thank you for your work. I look forward to a day when we can meet again and speak about these issues. All right. Now we are going to move to the second item on our agenda, item 4.2, which is the Compost Collective Annual Review. And I'll hand it over to staff to introduce this.
Great, thank you, Spencer. The next thing, yes, our Compost Collective Annual Review. It's been now a year, 13 months since we decided to take on the Compost Review as a program of the Isla Vista Community Services District. So we have the entire team here today, but Sienna is going to be presenting the presentation as usual. So I'm going to turn it over to her, and then I'll take over the parts I'm going to present after her afterwards. So Sienna, you can share your screen at this point, and you can get started.
All right. We'll just go in present mode. Okay, hopefully everyone can see that. I'm Sienna Hooper. I'm the director of Isla Vista Compost Collective, and I'll be going over our annual report. So first I want to do some introductions. As I already said, I'm the director, and I've been a part of IVCC since 2017, and I took over for the founder, Jacob Biter, when he graduated.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chloe McCurr. I actually began as a dirt rider in 2018, and then I took over Sienna's spot as the operations manager in winter of 2019.
Hi, my name's Eiley, and I joined the program in 2019 as their first marketing manager. Yeah.
Hey guys, my name's Gavin. I'm the data analyst, and I joined the team in the November of 2020.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. So I want to talk about our timeline for 2021. So in January of this year, we had to postpone our compost program due to difficulties with COVID. And then in February, we were able to resume the program for a couple of weeks in the winter quarter. And then in April, in this month, we were able to start our spring quarter composting service again, which is great. And we're currently operating right now. And then we're hoping that by around June of this year, we'll be able to start using our Estero Park compost pile. We'll have an opening celebration, and we'll also begin our summer composting service. And then around September is when we're hoping to start our fall composting service and also expand the program to serve more residents in Isla Vista. And these are our perspectives. So this is for April 2020, a year ago. And this shows our key partners at the time, our activities, including the compost service and also our Food on Wheels events, where we collect food donations from the public, and then we redistribute them to the AS Food Bank and to Food Not Bombs to fight food insecurity in Isla Vista, and also overall outreach and educational awareness on composting with the community. And then our key resources included the Estero Park compost shed that we use. We borrow space with IVRPD. And then we also, our key resources are our bike, cargo trailer, and other equipment, funding, and then the use of United Methodist Church and St. Michael's Church's compost piles, which have been essential to the program. Our value propositions include providing an easy and affordable composting service to residents, allowing residents to lower their carbon footprint and learn about the importance of composting, and also addressing food insecurity, as I mentioned before, through Food on Wheels, and also helping build healthy soil in local gardens by composting the majority of the food scraps in local compost piles in IV. And I also want to note we're the only free composting service in IV right now. And our buy-in and support a year ago was IVCRC. The Santa Barbara County Resource Recovery and Waste Management Division also gave their support, and the AS Senate and Office of the President. And then the beneficiaries include all Isla Vista residents interested in composting, the environment, and then the state of California and the Santa Barbara County climate emissions reductions goals, since we help contribute to reducing emissions through our program, and also the community gardens that receive our food scraps. And we received all of our funding that was requested from IVCRC to cover the fiscal year of 2019 to 2020. And then we also received a UCSB First Philanthropy Award grant, and also received $9,000 from AS Senate to cover the cost of an electric bicycle. And then the achievements in 2020 were being able to serve 550 residents across 96 households in the fall 2019, and then diverting 6,000 pounds of food waste from landfills and 2.7 tons of CO2 equivalent diverted from the atmosphere since spring 2019. So now I'll move on to 2021. So as you can see, our key partners as of now have expanded a lot. We've been working with the AS Department of Public Works, AS Senate, AS Tenants Union, and the Goleta Food Cooperative as well. And one of our key partners is now Isla Vista Recreation and Parks District with our project to build the Estero Park compost pile. Our key activities remain the same, and our value propositions also remain the same. Our key resources are going to be an electric bike and a new storage shed. We're in the process of purchasing an electric bike. And then our buy-in and support has expanded to include IVRPD, because they've helped with funding the Estero Park compost pile project. And The beneficiaries also expanded to include IVRPD since they'll be receiving finished compost from our Astera Park compost pile. And our mission and budget, as I mentioned before, we received funding for the 2020 to 2021 academic school year. And then we also received partial funding from IVCRC for 2021 to 2022. So we received funding to cover payroll costs for spring and summer quarter, and then materials for the whole year. And then in terms of our achievements and impact factors, we're serving 539 residents across 96 households right now. And since April 2020, a year ago, 4,500 pounds of food waste has been diverted from landfills, which is a 52% increase in the pounds of food waste collected. And since the beginning of the program, 13,399 tons of CO2 has been diverted. Some other achievements I'd want to mention is the ability to adapt during the pandemic, also having more efficient program planning, and the implementation of automated texting services, which has allowed easier communication with our households and more efficient shifts for the dirt riders as well. So this is looking ahead a year from now in April 2022. We're hoping that our key partners will have expanded to include the Santa Barbara Compost Cooperative, the Isla Vista Food Forest Project, Ivy Food Co-op, and the UCSB American Indian and Indigenous Garden Alliance, and also the local Chumash community as well. And we're hoping that our key activities will expand to also include Astera Park compost pile maintenance and finished compost distribution program, where we'll provide finished compost to community members and local farmers and gardeners. And our key resources will expand to also include more partnerships with other organizations, which is one of our major goals. And our value propositions will also expand to include the building and creating finished compost for local gardeners, including providing it to the local Chumash community, and also helping to build local healthy soil in the community. And we're hoping that we can expand our buy-in and support through reaching out to nonprofits, corporate sponsors, and grant foundations as well. And beneficiaries will expand to include the community gardens at the two churches that we currently compost at, and the community gardens at Astera Park, the Ivy Food Forest Project, the UCSB American Indian and Indigenous Garden Alliance, and the local Chumash community, who we're planning on providing finished compost to all of these groups. And IVRPD will be beneficiary, and also Food Not Bombs and AS Food Bank through our Food on Wheels event. We're hoping to expand deployment through the implementation of a composting app for more efficient data and tracking as well. And our goal is to be funded entirely for the entire 2021 to 2022 fiscal year, and then also receive additional funding for projects and special events. We're hoping to utilize IVCSD's nonprofit status to seek corporate sponsors as well. And then we're also going to look into generating revenue from finished compost and from our distribution program. And in terms of expanding the program in a year, we're hoping to serve 830 residents or more across 144 or more households. And we're hoping that since April 2021, there will be a 15% or more increase in the pounds of food waste collected, and 20,000 tons or more of CO2 equivalent diverted from the atmosphere as well. And some other goals are program expansion, successful transition to a long-term director program structure with more efficient program planning, and also the successful finished compost generation and distribution program as well. So some accomplishments in the past year has been the continuation of our composting services amidst the pandemic. It's been difficult to adjust to different struggles with the pandemic going on, but we're really proud to be able to continue our service and to continue providing our composting service for 96 households in IV. We also received the funding for an electric bike and cargo trailer, and that's really awesome. It'll definitely increase the efficiency of our program. allow dirt riders to spend less time during their shifts biking and more time picking up compost from more households. And we're in the process of looking into the electric bike brand to purchase right now. And also the diversification of our funding. We've received funding from not only IVCRC, but also the AS Office of the President, the AS Senate, and UCSB First, as I mentioned before. And also the construction of a new compost pile at Estero Park is an amazing accomplishment. And we're really excited to start using that and continuing to host Food on Wheels events throughout the pandemic and throughout the past year has been great. And then some challenges are just limitations with COVID, as I mentioned before, and also finalizing and figuring out a new program structure for the future. Securing long-term funding has always been a challenge for us. And with that, it's difficult to expand the program without securing long-term funding. So those two go hand in hand. And then also the dependency on approval from IVCSD or IVRPD has led to some delays in projects that we've been working on. And another challenge is the active support of marginalized communities by IVCC. And that's something that we're really dedicated to working on and improving. And that's definitely one of our goals in the future, as I mentioned before. So right here are some metrics about IVCC's impact in the last year. So since April, we've diverted 14,503 pounds of food waste. That's increased a little bit since the perspectives were completed later, and this is more up to date in terms of data metrics. And since April 2020, there's been a 52% increase in the pounds of food waste collected, and over 80% is composted locally in IV. And that's one of our major goals, is to get that number to higher than 80% to keep the compost in the community and contributing to local healthy soil. And then our average compost collected per week has increased since summer 2020. As you can see, and I think around now it's probably a little bit higher than the fall 2020 numbers. And then as I've mentioned before, we've prevented 14,503 pounds of food waste, or 7.25 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, from being released. And here's some metrics to show how that is equivalent, how much that's equivalent to. And then we're planning to serve an additional 48 households, which would come to a total of 144 households by fall of 2021. And by composting for 144 households, we would plan to divert around 1,500 pounds of compost per week, which would be around 27,000 pounds of compost over the year. And here's some metrics in terms of our Food on Wheels events. In spring 2020, we collected 1,225 pounds of non-perishable food over 15 days. And then in fall 2020, we collected 198. And the reason that spring's numbers is so much higher is because that's when everyone is moving out, or the majority of people are moving out of their houses in IV. So they're generally throwing away a lot of food. And we try to promote the event, and we usually have the most success during spring, since everyone's moving out then and they're trying to get rid of their food, and we provide an alternative instead of the food waste going to the landfill. Because here's some stats just to show the impact and the importance of addressing food waste. Every person in the US wastes approximately 1 pound of food per day. And every year, 103 million tons of food is wasted. And wasted food accounts for approximately 30 to 40% of the food supply in the US. So we're hoping that by our program, we're helping, reduce a lot of the food that does end up in the landfill. And we're also providing food insecurity and providing food to the Isla Vista community as well. So these are our goals for the next year, from 2021 to 2022. We're hoping to have the effective transition to an efficient new program structure, which would entail having a long-term full-time director running the program. And we're also hoping to expand the program, as I mentioned before, and increase program efficiency through the utilization of a new electric bike and cargo trailer, Also finish the construction of a new storage shed at Estero Park for us to use, and also just continue with the management and communal use of Estero Park compost pile, which includes implementing drop-off hours and implementing a finished compost distribution program, and also continuing our Food on Wheels events every quarter, and hosting some compost or environmental workshops to increase community engagement, and researching potential data apps to enhance compost data recording, and also collaborating with other community organizations in IV to support marginalized communities. And so that is all I have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sienna. That was a great presentation on the amazing work that you all have done over the last year. It's kind of amazing that we've been able to start this program in the middle of a pandemic and get to this point. The last thing I just wanted to go over with the board is let me share my screen, is the current finances of the program. So there you go. My share screen is taking a second. So just let me scroll over to the side. Yeah, sorry, give me a second. My computer's giving me an issue. So we originally received a grant amount to operate the program from April 2020 to end of March 2021 of $43,000 from the Associated Students IV Community Relations Committee. We're very thankful for that. That grant had to be spent by the end of March. So we budgeted this much, $38,000 to run the program to the end of June, though, in our budget, $38,000. So we ended up spending, though, through end of March, April 1st of this year, $33,000 of the grant. And so we are going to return now almost $10,000 to AS. And the reason we didn't use the entire grant was, like was mentioned, we had different interruptions in service because of COVID-19. Like the grant was originally awarded assuming we'd start collection last April, which we couldn't do that until July because of the pandemic, since things were still fresh back then, and we didn't know if we could operate safely. So we're returning that $10,000, but in terms of funding available for future use, we do have, Sienna mentioned the $9,000 available for the bike that we're working on purchasing, but we did receive $10,000 from the IV Tenants Union today. I got the check, and then about $26,000 from the IV Community Relations Committee, and they have different dates tied to them and when we can use them. But at the very least, the base operations of the program are funded through the end of 2021 from grants. And like Sienna mentioned, there's more efforts to find additional grant funding. But if that's not successful and to continue the program, it would require funding out of the Community Services District budget for even the status quo potentially, and any changes in the program to make it, to stabilize it and to get it on a long-term track. So that's the budget, that's the accomplishments and challenges, and I'd like to hear any of the board's questions or comments on the past of the program and the future.
Well, I just want to start out by saying a big thank you to Sienna, you and the Compost Collective staff for this presentation. I think it's very illuminating and shows just what excellent work you're doing in the community, and not only providing a really tangible service for residents, but also having a major impact on our environment, which is incredibly important, I think, to our community and to our core values of who we are. So thank you for your service. I'll open it up to board members. Are there any questions? Director Freeman and then Director Geis.
Hello, yes. First of all, yes. I love seeing more compost services available in the community. I've been following this program since the beginning. I'm very happy about all of this. One question that I had, it's partly in order to, I think, alleviate a complaint that we occasionally hear, such as earlier in this meeting. So I presume that anyone, I'm sorry, I just got a little battery notification, it's caused my camera to disappear. There we go. I presume that Any household that's interested in participating in this program is able to. Now, there might be a limited capacity, but that this was on some kind of either first come, first serve process, or there's some kind of criteria associated with it. You're not, in some sense, discriminating towards any particular households or any particular, I'm seeing shaking heads. And so this alleviates any, like earlier in the meeting, there was a letter from a community member who was complaining that this is a discriminatory program. This is not a discriminatory program. This is something that is open to the community, to anyone who's interested in having it. And so this is great.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could just add, we accept all of the houses to our program on a first come, first serve basis. So people just sign up on our website and we have a wait list, and then they're notified once they can be off the wait list and start composting with us.
Yeah, and just
awesome. And
really quick, just to add, all these
that's all.
Have signed an agreement with the CSD indicating that they're participating members.
That is great. And between that and the fact that we are continuing to open capacity by trying to increase it, as was indicated in your presentation, to me makes this program seem perfectly fine. So I just wanted to have that said out loud for anyone who might be, listening in, trying to complain about this program. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Freeman. Director Geis, you're next.
Just in question of the electric bike and the carts, if money wasn't an object, what would be the ideal number of bikes and carts that the program could support? Or is one enough?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've been fine right now with one, but with expanding the program, I think 2 would be good. The issue is also storage space. With an electric bike and a cargo trailer, it does take up a lot of space. So I think depending on how much storage space we would have, I think 2 would probably be a good amount.
And do you have storage space for the bike we're going to buy and the cart?
So that's still in the works right now. We're using IVRPD's storage shed right now, but we are hoping to find like a more secure space to store the electric bike.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a quick question. I know that you're doing a really excellent job keeping almost all the compost that is generated that you collect in the community. I think you mentioned 80%. I'm curious, so what happens to the other 20%?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have a Marburg yellow food scraps receptacle donated to us from Marburg, and we keep it at Estero Park. And so whenever the the church compost piles get full, we'll be notified, and then we'll have dirt riders drop off the compost in those bins. And then, about like 2 out of the 6 dirt riders are dropping off food waste at those yellow bins, and Marburg picks them up and drives them to Oxnard, where they're broken down and turned into compost. So that has more of an environmental impact than, composting locally at the community churches. So that's why we're trying to, with the building of Estero Park compost pile, reduce the amount that's composted with Marburg and increase the amount that stays local.
And as a follow-up to that, for Jonathan, do we pay Marburg for those bins for that collection service?
No, it's donated for now, and they've donated it for a while, but there is a chance we might need to pay in the future, but it's been donated.
Cool. I was thinking almost in the opposite direction of I see Marburg as a partner that potentially we should really approach for funding on an issue like this. It seems that the compost that we are collecting and generating for them, they're probably selling that once they bring that down to Oxnard. And they have such an interest just being a waste management company in general, I think, in supporting community initiatives for like this that, potentially a community partner to approach for funding.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Director Flaherty, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for coming and presenting. I really love this program, and I think it's really amazing, the work that y'all do. I just had a question on, I know you mentioned transitioning to a new program structure, and then I see in the annual report, it says that you will be leaving soon. So I don't know if that will be I guess just curious on the general timeline, if it's like June for graduation or something that will happen over the summer, the course of the next year. Just so I can like, I guess think ahead about that. I was just curious.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sienna. I'll
Okay.
fill in.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so it's not a strict deadline for when I'll be leaving the program. Like we do hope to at least have the hiring process for the full-time director started by June of this year. But if it does end up taking longer, I'm totally fine with staying past my graduation and everything.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, that's one of our decision points today. That's kind of before you to consider is that we've been running the program with really amazing students working at a very, very part-time basis, and that there's a turnover there too. So Sienna's leaving this year, and others might be leaving next year. That doesn't create a lot of continuity and needs a lot of management time. So that's one of the thoughts right now, is that we would need at least a part-time person to be a long-term program director for IV Compost Collective, who can dedicate solid amount of time per week, 20 hours, focusing on it. And obviously myself, a general manager, would still be involved, but it would create just a more consistency for supervision and getting things done. Like Sienna mentioned, was a bottleneck. Is me, among the 10 other things, 15 other things we're doing at any time. I can't always give them the attention the program needs. So that's one of the ideas, is that we would transition to having someone while still maintaining a robust student component of it, since that's like a strong tradition, and how the program was created was having connection with some of the people living in Isla Vista. So it's not, the intention is to completely bureaucratize the program, but to create more stabilization. And that's tied into what our board goal was for this too, stabilizing.
And Catherine, I see your hand. You have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just have, it's not a very important question, but I was just curious also how people learn about this program. Like, is it mainly through, I don't know if you track that, if it's like mainly through word of mouth or like social media versus the website. I know you mentioned you have a newsletter as well. So I'm just curious if like you track that, and like how do most people find out about this program?
Yeah, we haven't tracked, we haven't gotten any numbers on that, but I do think that our social media is like the biggest marketing piece for us. We have a big following base on our social media channels, and we have the link to our wait list on our social media. And so I think most of the publicity kind of comes through there, but also through our website and our newsletter as well. And then once we get the contact info for people, then we're able to contact them via email, and also through our automated text messaging services as well.
Thank you.
You mentioned the sign up, and I know you mentioned too that we still have those who are express interest, but there's a little bit of a wait list. How many people are on the wait list, and how far back does it go, like in terms of timeline? Like when was the last time the people who are first in line, when did they sign up?
I need to pull up the annual report, but I'm pretty sure that's listed in there. And if Chloe's on the call, Chloe, do you happen to know? I'm not sure if she's still
on. No, I'm still on the call. Do you mean the last people who's kind of like at the top of the wait list, or in specifics?
Actually, yeah, either the top or the bottom. I guess what I'm curious is the people that are waiting, like who are the people who have been waiting the longest, and when was that?
Yeah. So we have about 60 households on the wait list right now. And the oldest household has been from September of this year. So with that, whenever we do advertise our waitlist via social media, the newsletter, etc., we always get like a huge inflood of signups. So we know that the demand is there. And even if we were to expand to 48 households, there would still be people on the wait list.
Yeah, so during the pandemic, we've kind of stopped promoting our wait list as much just because we've had so many people on there. And whenever we've noticed, whenever we do start promoting it on our social media, then we get a lot more signups as well.
Yeah, it's definitely been on hold, as in for the promotion of the waitlist, just because we don't really want to false advertise and have people waiting for too long, because we're always getting emails of people anxious to join the program, but it's just a measure of how much capacity we have to be able to serve them.
Got it. That's good to know. And I guess as a follow-up, my question would be, what is it that we can do as a board to better help support and build your capacity? Bob mentioned the electric bikes, and I know technology is always a piece. There's the compost pile piece, and the fact that I know we've got a great partnership with the Parks District now. Is it staff that is a piece that needs to be increased? Like, what are your takes on that?
Personally, I think that a lot of it has to do with staffing, especially in midst of a pandemic, because if someone were to get sick or are exposed for any reason, we would want to make sure that they take the precautionary measures so that we don't have the risk of spreading the virus. So it's definitely staffing and just funding the capacity to be able to pay the dirt riders to work longer hours so that they can assist the new households.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, we've gotten a good amount of grant funding, and it's been pretty obvious from our requests that there's less of an interest in grant funding since it's a government-run program now. The natural question is, why isn't the government paying for this? That's the question we've gotten in our grant presentations a couple times already, past months. So it would be funding for the program that would be needed from the CSD to maintain it, and then yes, staffing to help make sure that we have someone there who's 100% committed all their hours to it, which I cannot promise.
Got it. That all makes a lot of sense. Are there other questions or comments from board members? Okay, I'll open it up then for public comment. I think I had seen at least one hand in the past, but if you are interested in commenting on this item, please hit the raise hand button or throw something in the chat or flag me down and we can let you speak. All right, I'm actually not seeing any hands or messages. So I do see one comment from Ash, who thanks the Compost Collective. And sorry, I'm reading this very slowly. Suggest a bin outside so folks can add their compost near the Estero compost pile.
Sienna, do you want to address this comment?
Yeah. Thank you, Ash. That's a super good idea. I've been thinking about like how to address the fact that it's going to be locked, but we also want it to be accessible to the public. So I think having a bin outside of the shed where people can drop off their food scraps whenever is a really great idea. I'll definitely bring that up to IVRPD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ash. Yes, we've also discussed having, hours where we'd have staff there doing education and receiving. So the compost pile is gonna be a big part of our operation. It's gonna be an essential part.
That's great. We'll see no other comments. I'll bring it back to the board again. I have one more question, which is about the staffing structure. What are we envisioning in terms of what this person would look like? I know we've talked a lot about just how there's been such a strong student tradition. This is literally, I think, the epitome of like what Isla Vista is great for. It's a grassroots program that was started by students, continues to be run by students. And I also know that that legacy, even if there is a different staffing model, will continue. But what exactly are we looking like?
Yeah, so the idea is it's almost the same as now. It's almost the same as now, but it's slightly, it's adjusted to our bigger needs. So the director position, the program director, that position will just grow into a part-time position, and will have all the duties that would come with that, including some of the duties that I've been, carrying out, along with what Sienna has been doing already. And that person would be, charged with funding of the program, supervising the dirt riders and the other people working on it. They'd obviously report to the general manager now, and if at any point they have another reporting line, then they'd report to that person. They would be working on the long-term vision and maintenance of the program, all these goals that we have and ways we want to expand and improve and increase our capacity. They would be just always working on, longer-term plans to accomplish those. And then the idea is that we would still maintain the component that we have now by having an assistant director. That's a much smaller part-time. All our positions right now, they are on a 6 hours per week basis. So again, like 6 hours is not a lot of time to get anything done. But we do have, 4 or 5 people doing that now. So we would have the program director, the assistant director, which is, much smaller position at 6 hours a week, and then marketing. And then the data analyst position, where we haven't finished evaluating how we're using that one yet. We probably will keep that one too. So it'll be and then the dirt riders, who hopefully we would, instead of hiring more of the 6 that we have now, we'd just be able to offer them more hours to be able to take on, additional shifts to service more households. So that's the general idea. It's really turning the current director into a permanent part-time, and then maintaining an assistant director position, and that which could be a pipeline even. And the idea would also be that, what we've started thinking about is like a leadership track for people in the program would be, you start off as a dirt rider, and then you could, become the assistant director, which is exactly what happened with all our current people. Sienna was a dirt rider. She's now running the program. So that's the idea. So we still have leadership development happening, but then we'd have this part-time person who's doing long-term continuity.
Got it. So it sounds like sort of a operations coordinator type of position.
Yeah. Yes. I called it program director, which I think is like what other governments use to, whoever runs a specific program of theirs. So.
Got it. Okay, thanks for that. Are there any other questions from board members or comments?
Yes, I would just like to thank the Compost Collective team. This was a very thorough presentation, and you all are doing a great job. I'm also really grateful for the partnership from the various organizations that have been very generous with the grant funding. I'm hopeful that we can continue to be competitive for grants whenever possible, but also recognize just the importance of this program, and when it is necessary for there to be more institutional funding from the IVCSD, this is definitely a priority of mine, both for sustaining what we have now and also for expanding. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Bertrand. I'll just, again, echo a lot of what has been said this evening. I have a lot of admiration for all that you've been able to accomplish, and so much hope for the future. I know that this year was a year like no other, and that at times it can be difficult feeling like it's stop and start. I know we've all felt that as the pandemic has worked its course over the last year. But even through all that, I think that you all have a lot to show for what you've accomplished this year. And I know that the future, this coming year, is just going to bring even more. So thank you for all that you do for the community.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Like, it's been great to partner with you guys. And just moving the program towards like longevity has been really exciting, and to like feel us getting closer to like a place of security and funding, and in terms of just like fundamental stuff is really exciting. So thank you guys for always supporting us.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members? All right, then with that, I think we'll conclude the review, and we will revisit this topic as we continue through our budget process this year for members of the public that are interested. That will happen. I will be talking later on the agenda about our budget town hall, which will be happening soon. So thank you again for the presentation, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we're going to move to item 4.3, district COVID-19 response. I'll turn it over to Jonathan.
Great, thank you. There's not, a lot to add, but we do have, some major accomplishments, which is we did distribute this door hanger with great COVID-19 information, especially highlighting the vaccine signups, which as of tomorrow or 2 days from now, everyone will be officially eligible. So we did get that information out very early. To get people signed up on My Turn, and we worked on the Deltopia harm reduction and messaging, and are doing a social media campaign on vaccinations and how to sign up. So it's all been going well. Our vaccine information is really well received. I think it got some of the most hits we've ever had on our social media, and I saw almost most organizations locally sharing what we had put out on vaccine signup. So we'll keep running that vaccine signup COVID-19 campaign. Like, I know Bob loves that we'd be doing that. And we had the incentives run on April 3rd, and we ended up only utilizing 25 of the gift cards of the 100 we purchased. So we're going to repurpose them now for other means, since we've already bought them. But only 25 people ended up signing up at the test site. More than 25 went to get tested. I was in line. There was a lot of people there, but not many. Only 25 took us up on the offer to get a gift card for getting a COVID test on April 3rd. But that's about it. But the vaccine campaign is going well, and we're going to keep pushing that.
Great, thank you for that update, Jonathan. And thank you for all your work getting the word out about the vaccine. I know they're not on the call, but I just want to sing the praises of our Santa Barbara County Public Health Department workers who operate a very tight ship. I was able to go and receive the first dose of the vaccine at their clinic at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Barbara, and I was just thoroughly impressed by their operation, their professionalism, their care. And I hope that all residents, everyone on this call is in the pipeline, scheduling an appointment to get vaccinated now that everyone is eligible. So I know we'll continue to support that effort and get us closer to all being back meeting in person. Am I right? No more Zoom meetings someday soon. Any questions from board members on COVID response? Oh, Director Flaherty.
Yeah, I don't really have a question, just more thank you to Jonathan and everyone who's working really hard for Deltopia Weekend especially, and also just generally thank you also to the health department as well. It's so encouraging seeing so many people posting about getting vaccinated and seeing all the markings on their card that they write down saying like you got your first dose, and so many people I know are keeping the writing on their card just as a source of pride. So it's cool seeing that around IV, seeing people like super excited about getting vaccinated. It's making me really excited, and I just wanted to share my thanks.
Thank you for that, Director Flaherty. Yeah, seeing some great car art. The little marker pens. Any other board member comments on COVID response? Okay, and then with that, we're going to move to the next item, 2021 to 22 budget survey and town hall.
Great. So we're doing a little bit different this time. We're trying something new. So we put this as part of our agenda as more of an informational for the board and for the public to know that our budget process is ongoing, the survey is ongoing, and that there's going to be a town hall on April 28th at 5:30 p.m. over Zoom. And that's a chance for the community to join and discuss their priorities and solutions and issues so that we can take them into account as we create our budget for next year. And then obviously the survey has always been a cornerstone of our outreach. And I just wanted to highlight some of the things our interns are doing to promote these two items, the survey and the town hall. So they've really gone full out in working to do this. They've been very excited about this project to work on the budget outreach. So what we're working on is getting an email to the major listservs at UCSB of the departments, of the biggest departments. And so they're working on that. They've started contacting the faculty department chairs who would be in charge of that. We're gonna get an email list. We're gonna get an email to 100 student organizations who we have an email and phone number for already that we collected actually last year during the budget process. We're gonna do some social media ads, and we're gonna do some organic social media outreach by working with other organizations and asking them to share the posts that we make. And then finally, we're going to do an incentive. Like I said, the leftover 75 gift cards from the Deltopia outreach, we're going to utilize them for the town hall and the survey. So 50 people who fill out the survey will be in a raffle to be eligible to win a $25 gift card. And then the first 25 who show up to and stay for the entire town hall will be eligible for one as well, limited to one per person. So we're trying as much as we can to get the word out about these, since last year was pretty difficult to do so. It's in the beginning of the pandemic, not the middle of it. So now that we've learned and adapted, we hopefully will get much better responses this time than last time. And we've gotten up to 400 in the past on these things, and had 100 people attend our last in-person town hall. So we can do a good job on this. And we were tripped up last year with the beginning of COVID, but we're going full force ahead to do a better job this year. And anything the board can do to make sure this is promoted in the networks that you're involved in, the better, that'd be really appreciated. So just wanted to put this on the agenda for a public notice and heads up for the board.
Great, thanks for that, Jonathan. I'm certainly hoping that this year we can get to a number like we had in years past, with that 100 people on the town hall, just getting as much input as we possibly can. We all, as decision makers and as our staff, everyone involved in our organization, benefits so much from public input, and really we couldn't accomplish our goals without it. So I hope that everyone throws their hat in the ring for the incentives through the gift card, but also provides us with great input that we can use. Any comments or questions from board members? Anything from members of the public? All right, well, I will be looking forward to seeing everyone on April 28th. Virtually here on Zoom, where we can talk about some budget issues. All right, next, let's go to reports from members of the board, and then we'll go back to closed session after that. So do any board members have reports they'd like to share? Marcos, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to report that I took over the role in all the many official capacities as one of the commissioners for the Goleta Library Advisory Commission. And I had my first meeting with them April 5th, last Monday. But the most interesting part for all of us here is that I'm going to be working to bring one of our other commissioners from the board Allison Gray to explain a little bit about the budget and the spending goals for the mobile book van to bring library services to Isla Vista. So there's a grant that they have that's set to expire, I believe, in May 22, and we're working on extending the grant so we can use that money into May 23. But anyways, I was thinking it'd be best to have Allison come to a meeting and make a presentation, and then you all and the public can ask questions. So I'm wondering if, that's my update. I'm wondering how we can put that on a soon coming agenda, or if there's room for that.
Yeah, just have Allison reach out to me and we'll schedule it.
Okay, perfect.
Great. Exciting to hear about that. And thank you for your service on the commission, Marcos. Any other reports from board members? Okay. Let's go to reports from committees. I know we have the staff pay and benefits ad hoc committee where we've been continuing to meet to talk about the benefit structure, as well when it comes to healthcare, retirement, as well as our philosophy on salaries. And Deborah's been doing a great job compiling a bunch of data regarding salaries for us. I don't think we have anything special to report at this time. I see a hand from Jay. Maybe he has something he wants to report.
One thing that should probably just be noted is that we are also going to be looking generally at processes surrounding memorialization, and we'll be bringing policies on that back in the future. I bring this up because we do have like a cross-committee concern, and so we'll be looking at that, I think, if possible, in our committee, and then bringing that to the board as opposed to going through policy. So.
The policy, I didn't catch that. Policies on what?
On generally on memorialization, and yeah, I didn't come up with any terminology for it, and it's kind of a sad subject to talk about. So
great. Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
Totally understand. Yeah, thank you for that. Any other committee reports?
Yeah, just adding on the finance side, we had our finance committee meeting, and in addition to the town hall prep, we also went through some priorities in accordance with our recently adopted board goals and mission. And I would say we spent a good amount of time speaking about community facilities budget as well as public safety, and also just got a great overview from Jonathan and Deborah. So looking forward to our next meeting.
Thank you for that, Ethan. Okay, report from District Council.
Thank you, President Brandt. Just a quick update that we continue to monitor and look for an estimated date as to when the governor might rescind the executive orders that were issued at the beginning of the pandemic last year with respect to remote meetings and remote participation and observation by members of the public. We don't have anything definite, but given the track that the state appears to be on with respect to the tier categorization for offering services and the restrictions that are related to that, and the rollout of the vaccine, we think it's probably likely that no later than August, we will have a return to normal operating procedures under the Brown Act. So just as a quick FYI, that would mean that any remote participant on the board would have to allow access from their remote location. It has to be accessible to the public, and the agenda would have to be posted 72 hours ahead of time, just like the agenda is posted within the physical jurisdiction of the district. Also, a quorum of the board has to be present within the physical boundaries of the district. So those restrictions were relaxed under Executive Orders 25-20 and 29-20 to permit members of various legislative bodies to participate from wherever they were able to participate, and to allow members of the public remote options for observing and participating in those meetings. There are a number of bills that are being pushed through the state legislature that might have an impact on that. But so far, none of them have reached the point of coming to a final floor vote. So once we get some more information on where those bills are in those committees, I'll provide an update at a future general counsel report. And on a separate note, I received my second vaccine in a week and a half. So come May, the second meeting in May, I will be fully vaccinated if and when the district returns to in-person meetings. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross, for that report. Quick follow-up on your report on the pending legislation about the Brown Act and remote participation. Does any of this legislation, I know usually legislation, if it does get passed, it goes into effect on January 1st of the next year. Is any of that being fast-tracked for if there is so there's like a smooth transition if the executive order is preceded?
Yeah, normally the effective date is the first of the next calendar year, unless there is an election for it to become immediately effective. Right now, those three bills are in committees, and we're not aware of any fast tracking on that. Of course, from a practical standpoint, it would make sense while everyone is used to this method of communication to allow for that, but that is a question directed to the various elected officials, state senator and state assembly, to see if they can provide any updates on that or provide input that having a faster implementation would be less burdensome than having some type of delayed implementation 6 to 8 months later.
Got it. Thanks for that, Ross. Director Frieden.
So I have a comment not tacking on to the legal report. So if anyone has a comment on that, they should go first, and then I should.
Is you like about something that's on the agenda?
It was correcting something that I just replayed the conversation that we just had about the committees in my head, and I realized the confusion is that I'm on two committees, and I was tacking on a footnote onto what I thought was a report from the other committee that I'm on, and so that was incredibly confusing what I said because it was from a completely different committee. So there is also the committee with relation to how to honor the passing of and the commitment to work that had been done by Father John. And that was the committee where I was noting, because I wanted to bring this I just wanted to at least FYI the full board that we were also going to be looking at generally procedures surrounding this memorialization in general. And we discussed bringing that to the full board as opposed to trying to coordinate through policy committee, given that I'm also the chair of policy committee. I wanted to provide that as an FYI to the board in case there's any, no, don't use that kind of process or something that might come up. Yeah, and so that was incredibly confusing when I brought it up earlier because it had nothing to do with the hiring and finance, staff committee that I'm also on. So, sorry.
Got it. Thank you for that correction for Director Frieden. Any other questions for District Council? Okay, with that, we'll move to General Manager report.
Great. Let's see, General Manager report. Well, first thing, I was out sick on April 6th through the 9th, so not much was able to get done on my end then, but Deborah held down the fort really well, so I want to thank her for that. Deltopia, we already talked about, it did go really well. STEP grant, still finalizing the final insurance issues to bring forward a final grant agreement and resolution for us to approve. There's just some weird hiccups with our type of insurance not being fully understood what it is, our GSRMA. So we're working through that. But in the meantime, I'm still meeting with different groups who are interested in the STEP grant. So for example, I talked to Cool Block and Carbon Neutral IV about their potential involvement in the work, in that community outreach and engagement work of the STEP grant. So things are still going on that front, but hoping to get the agreement finalized so we can really start making moves on it. So STEP grant is that. Compost Collective, that I think we had a great update and report today, and we're just going to keep working on the next steps now on the finances to the finance committee and just the general transition plan from being this pilot grant funded program to growing a bit more. The retreat follow-up, we're continuing. It feels like a long time ago now, but a lot of our work is still connected to the retreat. So Deborah is still making lots of progress on the community engagement position, which should be for your consideration, final approval next meeting. We're working on the staff pay, which was mentioned. So there's still a lot going on following up the retreat. For the finance, for the budget process, we talked about it, the finance committee needing to make, some adjustments to the dates of when certain reviews of programs are going to happen. And it's just minor. We're still exactly on track, but things are just switching around in the timeline. So next meeting, we're going to get a review of community programs as an entirety, and we're going to discuss community programs. And then May 11th instead, we had intended it to be on the 27th, but May 11th will be when we review our UCPD programs, most likely. We had a meeting today to go over the annual reports and the timeline, and we had a very productive meeting with our new liaison, Lieutenant Matt Bly over there. So he's going to get back to me on exactly when the annual reports can get done, especially since they're in a little bit of a transition mode. But we said it's going to happen in May, so that's moving forward. And we began discussing the I let them know that our contracts are needing to be renewed soon, and that we still have this pending issue of incorporating resolution 20-9 and our board goals on racial justice and equity into our contracts, as we've said. So I emailed our work group to start figuring out how we want to do that, and UCPD knows that it's happening too. So that's something that's ongoing, is our UCPD contracts. And just to highlight, for Deborah and I mapped out the work for the district to the end of June, and I might have missed some in writing this little blurb here, but it's pretty busy. We've got the STEP grant preparation and scope of work and RFP by the end of June. Our transition of the compost collective and new staff there, new staff with the community engagement position, the entirety of the budget process or most of it, the usual year-end accounting that we have to do, our policing contracts, renewals and review, our report on the planning firms that we asked for back a couple months ago, and then also the power washing report. We had asked our Ivy Beautiful team how many months they need to get that done, and they said 3. So that would put us in June when that would be completed. So there's a lot happening, and it's good work, and it's all in line with our goals. And next meeting, our interns have completed the presentation and alternative responses to community issues from traditional policing, and we are working on scheduling now presentations from SNAP and Cahoots, like the board originally asked for back in October, November. So those are coming forward in the next couple meetings too.
Excellent. Thanks for that report, Jonathan. Are there questions from board members? Okay. Seeing none, then I think we'll conclude the report section. Lots going on as always. Before we go to closed session, I'll go to item 7 real quickly for future agenda items. There's 2 items that I do want to add, I know, to our huge workload. The first is a update item regarding Spring Festival in Isla Vista. I think now the time is ripe, given the fact that we have just concluded what otherwise would have been Deltopia this past weekend, and we have all of it fresh in our minds. And I think it will be good for us to sort of convene a hearing where we can encourage our various partners and stakeholders to sort of kind of talk about what we've learned and where we hope to go for this next year. Because if there's one thing that was very much, I think, clear to everyone who's involved, time is such a precious resource. So I think starting soon will be good. And then the second thing that I think will be good for us to discuss is public safety budget and staffing, not for our district, but for the county board of supervisors. I know they are considering some budget increases when it comes to public safety. And so I think it will be good for our board to receive an update on that and allow the public to provide input. Any other additional items that board members can think of? Okay, seeing none, then we're going to move to closed session. This is conference with property negotiators. The property is 970 and 976 Embarcadero Del Mar. The negotiators are myself, Director Geis, Jonathan Aboud, Ross Trindle. The parties are ourselves and the County of Santa Barbara under negotiation price and terms of payment. So we can add everyone to the waiting room and adjourn to closed session.
Thank you. And I'll be recusing myself from this item.
Thank you, Director Bertrand. live. Okay, we are reconvening from closed session. Council, is there any reportable action?
Thank you, Mr. President. The Board of Directors entered closed session under Government Code Section 54956.8, real property negotiations concerning 970, 976 Embarcadero del Mar, Isla Vista, California. The board had a very robust and lengthy discussion on price in terms of payment for those pieces of property. But at this point, there's no reportable action.
Okay, thank you. Our next meeting will be April 27th, 2021 at 6 p.m. Although actually, I'll amend that, Jonathan. We're thinking maybe we might have to have a special meeting for that letter to the Isla Vista Youth Projects consideration.
Yeah, this says regular meeting.
Regular meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So we wouldn't schedule something for this week?
Oh, no. Yes. I thought the future meeting dates thing doesn't, it say April 27th
Oh,
is the next
yeah.
regular meeting, not the next, just any meeting.
Okay. Giving a heads up to the board that we have a request from the Isla Vista Youth Projects to submit a letter of support for a funding grant that they are going for that may require some quick action, but it should not take that long. But the regular meeting is 27th at 6 p.m. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
A second.
Made by Freeman, seconded by Flaherty. Is there any board discussion, any public comment? All right, let's go to roll call vote.
Cool. Director Brett,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Geis,
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yes.
Yes.
Great, motion passes. All right, thanks again, everyone. Have a great evening.
Everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, see you guys.
See you, Bob.